Happy holiday.
I'm really Irish. We don't celebrate.
I know.
We just drink the normal amount of
Sure.
beer.
Just the regular amount, yeah.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
It is 25-0.
25-0. Is there any money in this?
Yeah.
All right, I guess we'll put it on the regular calendar. All right. Representative Campbell for the next one.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll
Chair.
come back to 11:30 when Representative Lynn hasn't come in yet. All right, we'll move on to 1197.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1197. I'd like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
Ought to pass.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Further discussion on Bill 1197. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1197 FN. Clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Griffin votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Nelvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Waldner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
25-0. All right. Does this have any fiscal note that we need to worry about?
It's got an indeterminable amount of fees, fines, and administrative assessments. I think it's safe to go on consent.
All right, let's put that on consent. All right. Moving on next to 1426, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1426 FN, I'd like to recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass on House Bill 1426.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion and a second for ought to pass. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1426.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire, Representative Nelvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
25-0. All right, do we have any money in this bill that we have to worry about? Indeterminable? Consent, okay, any objection? Okay. All right. 1457. Representative Ambrose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1457, I'd like to recognize Representative Ebel for a motion.
I move HB 1457 ought to pass.
Motion to, ought to pass and a second. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1457? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1457.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
yes,
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire. Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Walner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Turliski.
yes,
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
yes,
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
yes,
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
25-0.
All right. Motion is, the vote is 25-0. We have adopted House Bill 1457. It's got money, so we'll put it on the regular calendar. Okay. Moving on to House Bill 1458, Representative Cambrose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1458, I would like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
I move ought to pass and present Amendment 1188H.
1188.
And I'd like to speak to the amendment.
All right. You may speak to, let's see if everybody has that amendment.
It's in the handy amendment packet that we got earlier. And
All right.
the point of this amendment is that we asked for a full criminal records check, including FBI investigations for offenses in other states. The FBI has recently decided it doesn't like our normal way of asking for one, so this amendment incorporates the most preferred, latest version of what the FBI wants in order for them to do what we want. It doesn't change any of the intent of the bill. It merely puts the request for a criminal background check in the correct language so that it'll happen properly.
Any questions on the amendment number 1188H? Representative Swiderski.
thank you. I just have a clarification question. The original summary sheet for today's executive session from Janet included a different amendment number. Is this different from the one that was brought forward in the division?
Yes, after the LBA developed the original amendment, they checked it with the Department of Safety, and they said the FBI wanted a slight wording change to call for the Office of Professional Licensing and Certification instead of the office. So that was incorporated in this amendment.
Thank you for the clarification.
Further discussions? Can we do this by a show of hands? All in favor of adopting amendment 1188 and not the others, raise your right hand. Raise any hand. Hands down. Is there any opposition to adopting the amendment? Seeing none? We have adopted amendment 1188.
The right-handers, because you have to drop your pen.
The motion is ought to pass as amended by Representative McGuire, and I believe we had a second by Griffin, Representative
Yep.
Griffin? Okay. Clerk will call the roll on the motion ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1458.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes,
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
All right, 25-0. And with the amendment, is there still no money in this? So this can go on the consent. Although, oh, there is money, all right, regular calendar, sorry. All right, 1457, moving up, 1458 is done. Moving on to the next page, 1576 is the next one that doesn't have discussion. There it is. I'll recognize Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1576, I would like to recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass on House Bill 1576.
I'll second the motion.
That was Representative Ebel? Okay, thank you. All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1576? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1576.
There we are. Now, who made the motion and seconded?
Sweeney and Ebel.
Thank you.
Motion is ought to pass.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
25-0. I guess there is a little money in this, so we'll put it on the regular calendar. All right, moving on to House Bill 1600, Representative Cambrils is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1600, I would like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
I move ought to pass and present amendment number 1097H.
Okay, is that the one in the packet?
Yes. And I speak to the amendment.
Ah. There it is. Okay. You may speak to the amendment.
Thank you. The Secretary of State told us that this bill is what he's doing already or trying to do already. The only problem that comes up is that a number of polling places do not have internet connectivity, and many of those do not have good cell coverage. So the amendment, on line 9, it says that they will have direct or indirect access, where the indirect access is then calling the Secretary of State's office with a landline. and getting some help in getting the information from the database. He's committed to doing so, and I'm pretty sure that there isn't a polling place that doesn't have at least one landline somewhere.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment? Can we do it by a show of hands? All in favor, raise either hand. No, no feet. Hands down, is there any opposition? The amendment is adopted. So the motion now before us is ought to pass as amended by amendment number 1097. Motion by Carol McGuire and second by Representative Ebel. If you're in favor, you'll say yes. Clerk will call the roll. On House Bill 1600.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes,
Representative Nelvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Waldner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
Okay. We have recommended House Bill 1600 FN. And it will
that's
go on-
also eligible for consent. There's essentially no money in it.
There is no money? All right, we'll put that.
Not
one on
anymore.
consent. Good. All right. The next one without argument looks like 1622. Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1622 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
Representative McGuire.
Ought to pass.
I'll second it.
Who was the second? Representative Ebel. Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1622? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney, Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes,
Representative Nelvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Waldner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes. Did we
It is
miss
20
anybody? Did I miss Mike?
25-0.
All right. I guess I missed a tick mark here. Very good. All right, we will recommend House Bill 1622 ought to pass. Is no money? And put it on the consent calendar. All right, moving on. The next one without debate is 1633. Still in Division 1. I recognize Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1633 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
ought to pass.
I'll second the motion.
All right, motion by Carol McGuire, second by Representative Ebel. Is there any further discussion? Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that notifying victims of their rights is critical and should be happening. That being said, I am very concerned about the fiscal note of over $1 million and the impact it would have on existing practices. In the past, there has been a backlog of unprocessed rape kits that expired. This change could create another backlog of kits that are collected but won't actually yield any evidence that could be used in a case and could do more harm to victims. Because I am aware of that possibility, I cannot in good conscience vote to support this bill, especially with a fiscal note of over $1 million. I want to emphasize again that notifying victims of their rights should happen, but I am also aware that there could be harmful, unintended consequences from parts of this bill. Therefore, I'm voting no.
Will
Thank
it be
you.
a minority report? Okay. Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes, thank you for that. I am also concerned about the fiscal note. In the opinion of Division 1, rape is a crime, sexual assault is a crime. The Attorney General's office is required to prosecute crimes. They're required to collect the evidence. We don't have fiscal notes when we say that more people will have to take a breathalyzer test or whatever. That's part of their job. If this bill means they have to increase their budget in the next biennium, okay, they've got to do their job. It's not as if we're making a new crime. We're just telling them to do their duty to preserve the evidence of the crimes that people are bringing to their attention. And we also believe that if they were smarter about their processing, they might be able to save some money on the kits. But that's their business, not ours. We don't want to tell them how to do their job. We just want to emphasize that they need to do their job.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1633.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes,
Representative Delvanco, Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Terlisky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
excuse me,
Yes.
yes. Thank you. Representative Stringham,
Yes.
what's he saying now?
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative, thank you. Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
No.
It is 24-1,
Chair Weiler votes yes.
yes. Sorry.
24-1. All right. We'll put it on the regular calendar, 1633, because there is money in it. We'll report it out as ought to pass.
Representative Kelly, is your motion ITO?
Your recommendation is ITL, and there will be minority report. All right. That was 16, 34. All right. Moving on to House Bill. Somebody say something? All right. Move on to House Bill 1710. Representative Campbell's, we're still working on your.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Division 1 did do a lot of great work, and I want to thank all of the members for putting in all those hours.
Thank you very
Um,
much.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1710 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be moving interim study on House Bill 1710.
Second that motion.
All right, a motion and a second for interim study on House Bill 1710. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of interim study on House Bill 1710.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Representative Popavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Novenko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walden,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Terliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
All right. The vote being 25-0, we will recommend House Bill 1710 to the committee. Is this going to go on the regular calendar or
No.
going to go on consent?
It's interim study.
It's interim study, so there's no money. All right, interim study, consent calendar. All right. Next one, House Bill 1718, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1718 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
I move ought to pass.
I'll second the motion.
All right, Carol McGuire moves on to pass, and Representative Ebel seconds. Is there any further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1718? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1718.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Representative Popavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Novenko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walden,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Terliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
25-0 on House Bill 1718. We'll forward the recommendation of ought to pass and put it on the consent calendar. There's no money in it, right?
Well, there's a tiny increase suggested in electric fees, which adds up over the kilowatts.
Okay, but it doesn't go into effect right away.
Fine, it's not much money.
Thank you. All right. So the next one with a unanimous vote, it goes to Division 2. And that would be House Bill 1421.
I did check consent.
You did check consent? Okay, thank you. House Bill 1421, recognize Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make a motion of OTP on HB 1421.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
And that was Representative Popavici Mueller. Is there any further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1421? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire, Representative Novenko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Waldman,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
All right, the vote being 25-0. I think it saves money.
Well, there are revenue decreases and there are expenditure decreases.
All right, we'll put it on the regular calendar. Probably won't be much discussion. All right, next one we'll look at will be House Bill 1466. Representative Earl.
And I'd like to make a motion to OTP HB 1426, 66.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion on the motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1466? Representative Stringham, you have a light on. Okay. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will call a roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1466.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire, Representative Novenko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Waldman,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turliski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 25-0.
Okay. 25-0.
And there's a revenue decrease here as well, not large, but there is one.
So what's your recommendation?
Well, I'd put it on consent, but I don't know what the rules are.
Well, it's $1 million. It probably should go on the
Is it
regular,
a million?
Well, let's put it
modified
on the
version?
regular calendar.
or am I reading the
I
note?
thought the updated fiscal note was essentially a net neutral.
Did we change the fiscal note?
Yes.
I could be wrong, but is
What
that the
does
one
the
that,
fiscal note say now?
In a second. $200,000, $190,000 decrease per year in revenue and a $4,000 or $27,000 per year decrease in expenditures.
I think we can put it on consent.
saving us money?
Consent calendar. Okay.
Quick question to better understand the process of what goes on consent. Is there a threshold that we sort of abide by and precedent of how we move forward with these bills?
We're looking as the finance committee, is it a big expenditure? Is there likely to be that much money? If it is, then we'll put it on consent. You know,
Having debated some bills with that kind of price tag that have been shot down for the expense, I may disagree on the consent, but I will
if
not
anybody
oppose it.
disagrees, it's gonna go on the regular calendar. Put it on the regular calendar.
It's fine. I was asking if there was a threshold. Thank you.
Supposedly, we used to say if there's no money. But even if we did ITL on a bill that had $100 million, if we said ITL, we could still put it on consent because it didn't have any money that's gonna be moved forward. So that's what I've always gone by. All right, 1483, we'll
Skip.
leave that. We'll go on to House Bill 1492.
No, 1483, it's okay.
Well,
No, I think we
he
should skip
says
it.
no.
You wanna wait?
All right. All right, now we next come to House Bill 1492. There has no opposition, and I'll recognize Representative Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of OTP for HB 1492.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who was the second? Representative Murray. Okay. Motion ought to pass on House Bill 1492. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on that motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1492.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Popovich Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney. Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire. Representative Navanko. Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Turliski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
25-0.
The vote being 25-0, we will report House Bill 1492 as ought to pass. And what calendar?
There's not an updated FN, but there is a cost. There probably still is a cost of a
All
person or
right, we'll
two.
put it on the regular calendar. All right, next one is 1563. It has no debate. Okay, and the amendment replaces the whole bill, it looks like.
Correct.
So this is an OTP. Shall we discuss which amendment we have? Will you move the amendment?
I recognize Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you. I move OTP, and I will offer Amendment 1086H.
1068H is the amendment that's being.
1086.
Second.
Hey, can you slow down for one
Maybe,
second?
all right,
What
hang
are we-
on. I may not have the right amendment here.
What are we on? What bill?
For Bill 1563. Let's see what the pile of amendments, might have my amendment in here.
Right here.
Okay, we do have an amendment with 4 pages.
It is right in front of me.
Okay.
So I guess we need a motion on the amendment.
Yes.
Hmm.
I thought you already did that, but go ahead again.
Yep, I move the amendment to replace all 1086H.
Does everyone have it?
Second.
Motion and a second to adopt Amendment 1086H. It's in the pack of new amendments, and it has 4 pages. Will you mention what the big changes are?
Yes. So what this does is it introduces a new lower tier threshold for the state's share on the catastrophic aid for special education. It does that by using a 2.5 multiplier on the average statewide cost of a student. And that changes the underlying bill, which had used a fixed figure of 50,000 and 60,000. A multiplier will adjust automatically as spending changes over time and doesn't need to be revisited in the same way that a fixed figure would. The spending on the bill does not commence until the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2028. And so 3 tiers are established, and as in the underlying bill, the highest a tier over 10 times is funded 10% to the district and 90% to the state. Another key change made by the amendment is that it introduces a verified reporting and a risk-based monitoring program, so that in contrast to current practice where every single claim is reviewed, this is going to substantially increase the number of claims coming into the department. And what this does is calls on the department to take up 20% of the districts in each year over a 5-year rotation, and then supplement that with random selection and targeted reviews where there have been risk indicators. So that's going to substantially moderate the manpower needs for the district, for the department, pardon.
All right, I remember extensive discussion in Division 2 on this, but the rest of you were not involved. Does anybody else want any further information? Because this replaces the bill. Anybody have any further questions? Who made the second?
I did, Irv.
Okay. All right, can we do the amendment by a show of hands? Anybody object? All in favor, raise a hand. To adopt amendment 1086H, hands down. Anyone in opposition to adopting the amendment? So now the motion before us is OTPA, ought to pass as amended by amendment 1086H. And that, I will show that by Representative Spilsbury, second by Representative Irv. Is there any further discussion? All right, I see that all right. Representative Lynn is here, so we'll come back to that shortly. All right. Clerk will call a roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1563.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yeah.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Terliski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Chair Weiler.
Yes. 25.
25 to 0.
This is going to be,
On the main calendar.
yeah, regular calendar. All right. That was 1563. All right, you got 2 more on
You wanna go
Division
back
2.
Representative Lynn.
Well, we have Representative Lynn here. Let's go back on Division 1 to House Bill 1130. It'll be early ones in the package. All right. We'll come back to Representative Campbell's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1130 FN. I would like to recognize Representative Carol McGuire for a motion.
I move ought to pass on House Bill 1130 and present Amendment 1099H.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. And is it in the new package, the amendment?
Yes. And I'll mention it's a very straightforward amendment. It eliminates judicial throughput as a performance factor because that's not under a judge's control. It's the clerk of the court who does the scheduling. And it moves the effective date out to January 2027 so that the judicial branch can work out the details of how they're actually going to do this.
Okay. Representative Lynn, get a look at the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Yes, I did. I just saw it now, but I have no problem whatsoever with it.
Very good. All right. So we have before us Amendment 1130, and it's been discussed what the changes will be. Obviously, this is something that was felt to be needed. I'd like to raise your hand if you are in favor of adopting Amendment 1099. Hands down. Is there any opposition? It appears not. So the motion will be ought to pass as amended by House Bill 1099. Motion by Carol McGuire, seconded by Jose Ambrose, with ought to pass as amended by House 1099. Any further discussion? Representative Munns.
Wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to
Why
be.
do I say that?
That's okay.
He's over here.
Thank
Come
you very
before
much,
her
Mr.
alphabet.
Chair. I'm going to be opposed to OTPA. This bill requires an annual expenditure of $160,000 to $180,000 to hire additional administrative support to manage the increased number of court observers needed to evaluate current and additional folks who are going to be subject to this evaluation. If we take into account Article 37 of the New Hampshire Constitution, that outlines the separation of powers. And as Representative Carol McGuire said on a previous bill, we need to let the judicial branch do their job. And I don't think that this is something that should be mandated by the legislature. Additionally, this bill does not include costs for added security. And what we heard in Division 1 from the administrative judge of the circuit court is that there are added concerns about security, knowing that these performance evaluations are going to be identified by the name of the judge and put out there on the internet. So we know already from going through the budgetary process that we are not supporting security as much as we should in our courts, where there's some personnel that have to go back and forth. There's delays to ensure that each courtroom has security when there's proceedings going on. So I think the fact that this is coming with additional staff, there's really no good that's going to be coming from this bill, in addition to increasing the risk of threats to our judges. I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
As I recall, every courtroom has security. Even the ones that only met 1 or 2 days a week would have security 5 days a week. I remember we looking at that in the budget, so I believe they all have security.
My recollection, Mr. Chair, is that we heard testimony that there may be a security officer in one courtroom, but then they have to go to the next courtroom when there's certain hearings and then come back. So there's not a dedicated security person for each judge as they're going through the proceedings, that they have to kind of share, and it does cause delays.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Munns.
Are you sure?
Munns, Rung.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just want to echo all of the same comments that Representative Rung made, and I would just add to that.
a couple others. I had some concerns with the way the bill was drafted. It's not clear to me that the Chief Justice and the administrative judges who will be actually doing the evaluations will have access to all of the information that's contained in the questionnaire. And also, I was concerned that language currently in statute that said that the governor and the executive council would have access to evaluations was stricken from the bill. It seems to me that that if those people are going to be making a judgment as to whether we appoint someone to these positions, that they have access to the full range of information available. And then lastly, I guess I'm a little concerned about the precedent that we're setting. Are we going to be doing evaluations for department heads and publishing that to the public as well? And I think that's a dangerous slippery slope that we may be going down. So for those reasons, I'll be joining Representative Rung in voting against this.
Well, I think the reason for this bill was that all these other positions, they could be fired or lose an election. But these people are in for life, no matter what the complaints are. And this kind of gives an idea of how well they're doing. And, you know, the judiciary within its own ranks can make these decisions. That's why they leave out governor and council. They know something about a person when they appoint him to be a judge, but they don't have any actions after that. So there's no 4-year appointment or anything like that. So this is the first time there's some accountability that many of the people have asked for that have been before judges. So any further discussion? Representative Hackenfield.
As a member of the New Hampshire Bar, I just have to say that I believe that the evaluations of our court system and oversight of our judges and accountability that you just spoke about is happening. I believe that the system is secure and safe and provides enough information to our electorate and our citizens to have faith in our system. And I feel strongly about that. And so for that reason, I will also be voting no.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1130 as amended by Amendment 1099. Motion is ought to pass as amended.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Nelvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Terlisky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes. 13 to 12.
Mr. Chair, there'll be a minority report.
And who will write it?
Representative Ron.
I will, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Rung will write a minority report. Make a note of that.
Who's writing the minority?
Mr. Chair, it's already written. I'd be happy to send it to you.
I appreciate it, having it ready all at ready. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. All right, now we'll move on. What was going to be the next bill? Representative Earth. $1571, I don't think we've done that one yet, have we? No. All right. All right. Still in Division 2 on 1571, Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move OTP A on 1571 and move amendment 0900H.
09008.
Second?
Oh, okay.
And who made the second?
Terry.
Is that already in the package, or is it in the package that just came?
Yes, sir, it's a committee amendment, yes.
It's where?
Oh, I don't know how to find it in the package.
Let me see if I have it here.
The last page.
Thank you.
1571.
All the amendment does is change the effective date
All
of
right.
the bill.
Yep, I have it, thank you. 317. All right, requiring the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards and curricula. Place all after section 2, effective date July 1st, 2027. Okay. The motion is ought to pass as amended.
Gonna do the amendment.
Let's, any objection to adopting the amendment by show of hands? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please raise a hand. Hands down. Any opposed? Seeing none, we have adopted amendment 0900H to House Bill 1571, which will then make the motion ought to pass as amended by Representative Popovici Mueller, second by Representative Pillsbury. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Novenko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Turleski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Run.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 25-0.
Okay.
Regular calendar.
Regular calendar for House Bill 1571. The report is ought to pass as amended by amendment 0900. Okay. 1827 should be the next one we deal with. Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would look to Representative Spilsbury for a motion.
Thank you. I move OTP on HB 1827.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Popovici Miller. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1827? Confidential criminal history record checks, okay. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1827.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
But out briefly.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Turleski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
24 to 0 with one
Right,
absent.
24 to 0.
So I believe the fees are covered by the people being background checked, but I was gonna ask Representative Carol McGuire to confirm all that. Unfortunately, she's not here, so
Yeah,
I don't know who.
I
All
can
right.
confirm
One
that.
on consent on 1827. All right, that's the last one on Division 2 with no contest, so we're moving on to Division 3. And let's see what we have there. We have one there. 1720 is without opposition. Okay. See, all right, Division 3. What's the motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move, recommend laid on table due to funding.
Okay, Representative Table due to funding.
Second.
By Representative Daniels, second by Representative Seaworth. Is there any further discussion? I see there's a cost of $250,000, I think you had on here. On this one. All right. Further discussion. Representative Stringham?
Sure, I'll just point out what we heard in the committee is that, that this program, basically to notify child care centers about the approval of scholarships is a good thing to do. But basically, the pool of money that is available to do this essentially would mean that we would have to award fewer child scholarships. So, so the choice is whether we actually give more scholarships or talk about it more. And that's why we unanimously supported laying on the table due funding.
Okay,
Is that
thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. Clerk will call a roll on the motion on House Bill 1720 to lay it on the table due to funding. If you're in favor, you'll say yes. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire, Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walnut,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Turleski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
yes?
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25 to 0.
All right, 25 to 0 on House Bill 1720. The motion is lay on the table due to funding. And I guess we can do that on consent.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify a question? I'm curious if that's the proper wording for the motion.
Probably when we come to the floor, the motion will just be table.
You should speak up. No, Maureen has no answer.
Maureen's had these discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it is a motion we don't see too often, and I want to commend Division 3 for coming together 7-0 on this, so congratulations to everyone. But that motion, the language is verbatim. It comes out of House Rule number 45, lowercase a. And verbatim, it is recommended but to be laid upon the table because of funding. Looks like it's going to be on the consent calendar, so there's no reason to think about higher priority motion of table. But again, the verbatim language coming from House Rule 45A is recommended but to be laid upon the table because of funding. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none. All right. If any of the policy committee people are listening, I am grateful for what they did. on all these bills as they came to them, and I asked them in earlier meetings, if you have fiscal notes that have a lot of money in it, it's dead. Unless you and the committee do a little work to remove the fiscal note, remove the cost, reduce them to a minimum, then it will make our work easier. And as many of you know, I waived off about 25 bills. And here we got 29 left that I did not waive off for whatever reason. And so it's made our work a lot simpler. As you see, we've gone through 19 out of 29. And I'm very happy about how much we've been able to accomplish in the time we're doing this. So now we're going to move back to Division 1, and we're going to take up the bills that did have other than unanimous votes. So that will start with, looks like, we did 1130 already. So 1569 will be the next one. 1469? Yes, 1469 in Division 1. We'll call upon Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1469 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Weiler, I actually would like to request, can we wait till after the afternoon so we could caucus on 1469 just with some new things that have come to the caucus?
Yes, granted.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move on then to 1477. 1469 will be a later event.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1477 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Griffin for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move ITL on House Bill 1477.
Second.
Who was the second, Representative Seaworth? No, Representative Sweeney. All right, and the motion was ITL.
Could I speak to the?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1477 is an unusual bill in regards to, there isn't much information about exactly how many of these floating platforms exist out there. And if you read the bill carefully, it doesn't limit the floating platforms to the number of lakes. I think it's 7 or 8 that the Marine Patrol actually covers the moorings on and regulates. Although they regulate to some extent all lakes, there's 7 or 8 where they actually issue the permits for moorings. So no one really has any idea how many of these floating platforms there are. And the bill itself doesn't limit it to those 7 or 8 lakes. And we had testimony from the Marine Patrol that some of the smaller lakes in New Hampshire may not actually get visited in a year, or maybe only visited one time. The other problem with this bill is that it looks like the administrative costs, they want to hire a couple of people, the equipment to set up a department to do it, and buy decals. They don't really know how many decals they're going to have to buy, but it certainly looks like the $50 fee is not, they're only going to get half the $50 fee. The other half is going to go to bacteria in the lake remission, which is a good use for the money. But the reality is their half of the money is not covering the cost of the project. So it's going to dip into general funds for sure. And there are some other issues with the bill, but those are the main ones. So I'm recommending ITL.
Further discussion? Representative Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm opposed to the ITL. This let me just say that our public waters belong to the public. And it's mystifying that we allow people to anchor their personal property in public waters without any registration or permission or anything like that. We wouldn't do that if somebody abutted a state park. We would not allow someone to go to Hampton Beach State Park and anchor in a trampoline or a climbing wall. But we allow that without any recourse in our lakes. And as we heard in testimony, some of these inflatables can be as tall as 30 feet, these climbing walls, or they're like the ninja type where there's a lot together or people jump from one to another. So I think requiring people to at least register these and contribute to a fund which is in dire need of support. And as far as the numbers, what we heard from DES, they gave us a handout, and they said through the GIS mapping, with areas within a 75-foot setback of the high water mark, there are 50,000 shorefront properties. And aerial and on-the-ground observations estimate 25% of these would have anchored seasonal platforms. And these are the inflatables. It could be a swim raft or whatever. Therefore, with this fee, it would generate $625,000 each year, and an estimated $178,000 would be required to administer it in 2027, but that's fully covered by half of that fee, which would come from the Marine Navigational Fund. And then the other half would go to fund the Cyanobacteria Mitigation and Loan Grant Fund, which is depleted. It needs consistent revenue to address the growing number of lakes that are chronically impaired with toxic blooms. Without treatment, which typically costs about $400,000 to $500,000 per lake, the $17 billion New Hampshire lake economy is at risk, in addition to the healthcare costs for diseases associated with this exposure to toxic blooms. So the numbers, the financing works out to the state's benefit, helps preserve the health of our lakes, and supports that $17 billion lake economy. So I would urge my colleagues to vote against the ITL so that a motion of OTP can be made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of points. So we're talking about a raft that might cost $50 being charged a $50 fee annually to put it out in front of their property. It was also brought up that this is analogous to what goes on with docks, and that's just not the case. First of all, the docks are related to, or that law applies to specific lakes, not to lakes in general. And it's a whole different part of the law than where this is being put into. But most importantly, cyanobacteria needs sunlight. Rafts are good for preventing cyanobacteria because they're shading the water beneath them. This is the most absurd thing to choose to fund the cyanobacteria fund. It would make much more sense to do something like what's being done with the dams, which is hit the boats up for a $5 boat decal fee. That's the kind of place you put it. Or I've heard other suggestions relating to frontage on property. Again, more applicable to the cyanobacteria, the cause of the cyanobacteria in terms of fertilizer runoff or old septic systems that are leaching, that sort of thing. But putting a fee onto a $50 floating raft, a $50 fee per year onto a $50 floating raft is just nuts in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to rebut a couple of things that you said, Representative. One is the shade provided by swim rafts is not a contributor to cyanobacteria blooms. If there are lengthy reports, the primary contributor to blooms is runoff of phosphorus and nitrogen or erosion from the shore. Unless we cover a lake all with swim rafts, we wouldn't be having any effect on the blooms. In fact, there are lakes right now in New Hampshire covered with ice that have blooms underneath of them. And as far as the $50 fee, it's far less expensive than having people contribute to these types of treatments. I would be paying that $50 fee. And I've heard from many, many people who would pay that $50 fee, who want to pay that $50 fee so that we can address this chronic impairment of our lakes that it really impacts not just the environment, but personal health. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Burris?
I just like to point out, you basically repeated what I said. So you'd be backed up in exactly the points that I was making, that rafts do not cause cyanobacteria, they in fact prevent it. So that's number one. But number two, if you want to put the fee onto something, choose something that's negatively impacting cyanobacteria, i.e. making cyanobacteria, and that's not the floating rafts. It is, as you just pointed out, the runoff from the properties, and therefore something that applies to the frontage of the property makes a lot of sense. Something that applies to boats makes more sense, and a lot of sense, but more sense than this. So I just think we've chosen the wrong thing to fund this fund. Now, in terms of the people that are dying to fund the fund allows donations, and we haven't had any, but certainly anybody that's interested in cyanobacteria remediation could certainly donate money to this fund.
Representative Popovich Mills. All right, so one of the things that I heard in Division 2 was that this was ineffective at the way the mechanism it proposes, and the fact that we've already put out $2 million in grants, we should have some feedback. What was the most effective way to treat? And if we knew that, then I would want to see a bill that said we're spending so much on this type of treatment, because it's all sorts of grants and it going out in various different ways. But obviously, someone has found a way to effectively treat this at some minimum cost. And that should be widely disseminated so that everybody knows it. And it might be something that a group of homeowners could get together on a lake and try it and get a permit to do it, rather than say, oh, we got all this rigmarole to go through all this bureaucracy to collect this money and then to try to give it to where it's going to go. And I know we've all gotten lots of emails that people are in favor of this, especially those that have waterfront, because they don't want to see this bloom. And the fact that somebody has found a way to treat it, if we find out they have effectively treated it, there should be a report. Then we could all look at it and say, okay, how do we continue to do this treatment? How do we fund it? And, you know, everybody benefits from it, including the tourists that come up here and put their boats in. And maybe they should pay a little bit to on their boat fee to use, or on their launch, at the launch site, that we could collect from them to try to stop this and make sure that their hulls were clean and so on. This method does not appear to be effective. It's so much overhead in the cost that many of us couldn't support this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard testimony from the captain of the Marine Patrol that said they could easily do this. They use the same process to register moorings, which are registered for every lake, not just those 8 that are, or the docks are every lake, but they already have a process for registering 5,000 moorings. So they would use that same process, but they would just need a couple more people to help with that. Regard to the swim rafts, I said you'd have to cover a lake with swim rafts. The swim rafts that are currently estimated from DES and the Marine Patrol's estimates, which they consider conservative, have nothing to do with preventing cyanobacteria blooms. Also to your comment, Mr. Chair, we have a proven method for mitigating blooms for impaired lakes. And it's an alum treatment, and it's a very scientifically calculated dosing of a buffered alum solution onto lakes. Kaiser Lake was done years ago. That was an outfall for a wastewater treatment system. So that was in very poor condition. Nippo Lake was done a few years ago. It's been very successful. Canasaka Lake was done about 3 years ago. Partridge Lake in Littleton was done last year. And in May, we fully expect Babusick Lake in Merrimack to have a treatment. These have all been shown to be very effective, not just in New Hampshire, but it's a standard course of treatment throughout the world. But it comes at a cost. It's a minimum of $400,000 per lake, and that doesn't include a lot of the technical work that has to be done ahead of time. So if this raises, and what's estimated to raise a little over $300,000 per year, that's not even enough to cover one lake. And there are already 11 in New Hampshire that are going to be needing this treatment. And one in particular that's in Salem, New Hampshire, serves as a public water system. So there's an urgency to getting this fund established. We've had other bills to fund this fund, and they haven't passed either. So I would be happy to work with anybody on a bill to provide a consistent revenue for this. But I think this is a really great alternative, particularly because what I mentioned earlier is on principle, I really don't believe that people should be allowed to install personal property within public waters.
I appreciate having your expertise on this committee on all these lake things, because it's very important, and I appreciate what you do. But when I read about a floating platform, it could be out for the weekend. It could be out for a day. And who's going to run out and say, you know, I spent $200 for this, you want $50? I'm only having it out for this weekend when I'm having a party. And if there's nobody around to come and stick, to even make sure I have this sticker, why would I bother? And, you know, all of a sudden, my cousin came up and dragged this stuff up with him. It's a weekend. Where am I going to get a permit? He wants to inflate it and put it out for this family party. This is the sort of thing I envision for floating platforms that, you know, they're so temporary. They could be out for a day and then gone. So why would I bother to put $50 sticker on it that's liable to get it leaking or something? But so it just didn't appear to be an effective system. I would support you on doing something about this on lakes and finding a more efficient source, but it's got to be up in the millions.
Mr. Chair, I believe in the bill does require a minimum number of days before that platform is subject to a fine. It's seasonal. So I think I want to say it's 90 days, but I'm not really, it wouldn't apply to something up for the weekend.
Yeah,
And it's not just swim rafts. It would be applying to these climbing walls, these obstacle courses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the point I was trying to make, I'll put it out one more time, because it has not been refuted. Floating rafts do not contribute to cyanobacteria blooms. And therefore, they are in my opinion, they are the wrong target to go after for money to work on cyanobacteria blooms. Choose a target that is actually related to the cyanobacteria blooms. That, to my mind, is a more sensible place to look for funds to go after, to put into the fund to fix, to deal with cyanobacteria blooms. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Stringham.
Just in relation to Representative Earth's latest comment, we often pass bills and target the funding towards something that may not be directly related. For example, the one-day officiant license for marrying people, that money goes to the battered wife and spouse fund. Not because they're related. Obviously, they're not related. In this case, I think the argument is that it's reasonable for people using public waterway to pay a permit fee, and there's a great need for this fund, so their two are tied together. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none. The motion was, what's the latest motion we had there?
It's ITL.
ITL. Motion is ITL on House Bill 1477. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Novenko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Leachman,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Terliski,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, there'll be a minority report prepared by Representative Rung.
Representative Rungs will do a minority report on 1477.
It's 14 to 11.
14 to 11.
I'll send that to you now, Mr. Chair.
Say it again.
I have the report written already, so.
Good for you. Thank you. Okay. Get that on the right page here. Okay. Moving on to the next page. The next one we have with the debate, and I know I'll have a lot of help correcting me. 1602 will wait for caucus. And 1775 will be the next one we'll take up. It's still in Division 1. Appreciate all the help from all my.
Chair, what
members.
about 1602?
Well, we talked about caucus on that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that brings us to 1775.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On House Bill 1775 FN, I would like to recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass on House Bill 1775 FN.
And I will second the motion.
Okay, a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1775. Further discussion. Representative Sweeney and then Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1775 is a bill that I'm really excited about. This enables utilities to build their own small generators to add to the base of our power system in New Hampshire. They would be able to own natural gas plants and nuclear power generation facilities that produce 5 megawatts or less. They already have the ability under state law to build solar farms and windmill farms that generate 5 megawatts or less. So this would just extend that ability to the natural gas, to a natural gas plant or a small modular reactor, advanced nuclear reactor, which is an emerging technology that holds a lot of promise to strengthen the grid and provide more reliable service and supply to our system in New Hampshire. It's an exciting bill. It originally started out as allowing them in the policy committee to allow them to build larger plants. The policy committee scaled that down, which is why there was originally a large fiscal note that then went down pretty significantly in the bill that we have today. And I think it's just a good bill for New Hampshire's energy policy and our energy future. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of our RSA 374G, which this bill comes under or would amend, is to stimulate diverse investment in distributed energy resources in New Hampshire to increase our energy security and lessen our dependence on traditional fossil-fueled sources of electricity. Nowhere in that chapter does the general court favor one form of investment over another. This bill changes that neutrality by encouraging investment in natural gas and nuclear technologies, which picks winners and losers by tipping the scales in favor of one form of investment over another. I believe that by encouraging New Hampshire utilities to once again become vertically integrated monopolies who invest in the construction and ownership of nuclear or fossil fuel plants, we will be exposing New Hampshire ratepayers to higher electricity rates from cost overruns and other stranded costs, such as occurred when PSNH invested in the Seabrook Nuclear Station. This is of particular concern with respect to small-scale modular nuclear plants, which is a promising but unproven technology that comes with an extremely high price tag per megawatt. Nothing increases electricity rates faster than buying the most expensive form of energy and allowing investors to recover their investment from retail customer subsidies. Finally, I am concerned that the bill would repeal repeal RSA 374G35, which specifically requires fossil fuel generators to operate at a minimum energy efficiency of 60% and to meet certain minimum emission standards. And this would apply to all fossil fuel generators, not just the new ones. No one who appeared before the committee gave any reasonable explanation of why repealing these standards was beneficial. That's why I hope you will be joining me. That's why I will be voting no on the OTP motion, and I hope that you will join me so that an ITL motion can be made. Thank you.
Further discussion from committee members? Seeing none. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1775. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Navanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington, Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Turleski,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes,
It is
15
15
to
to
10.
10.
the motion is adopted.
There'll be a minority report, Mr.
And
Chair,
who will
by
write the minority?
Representative Munns.
Representative Munns will write the minority. Thank you. And what will be the motion you'll make on ITL? Okay. All right. So, the next one, have we finished everything in Division One that had a vote, or we're coming, some of those we're coming back to after the caucus. So I guess we'll move on to Division Two. And first one is House Bill 112. All right, Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look to Representative McGuire for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion of ought to pass on House Bill 112. This is requiring students to take in the university to take civics tests and pass. Further discussion? There's no amendment, right? No. Somebody had a hand up? Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the idea of civics classes and knowledge. However, I do not believe we should mandate a requirement to pass this test for university and college students. Currently, New Hampshire public high school students must pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Naturalization Test. Approximately 53% of our high school students go on to attend the university system, and 94% of the community college system students are in-state. Therefore, the majority of these students have already passed this test in high school. Tracking which higher education students have met the requirement, along with exemptions, will be challenging. Exempted students include any undergraduate students that are exchange students, foreign nationals, New Hampshire public secondary school graduates, any military personnel on full-time active duty or part-time service, veteran pursuant to RSA 110-D:3, Roman 2, or Roman 20. Any students who are admitted or transferring to an institution in the university system of New Hampshire before January 1st, 2026. The amendment to House Bill 112 eliminated the fiscal note. However, there is a cost associated with mandating the test. The bill requires the university system and the community college system to establish procedures to administer, certify, and record results of the test for those students needing to take it, along with managing the process to identify and record all the exemptions. When the high school citizenship test requirement bill passed, the Department of Education outsourced many of these functions at a cost of approximately $500,000 to implement, and then last fall went to Governor and Council for a contract to spend $800,000 approximately on the vendor for the next 5 years. In 2021, Governor Sununu vetoed House Bill 319, which was essentially the same bill as House Bill 112. And I can tell you, in Governor Sununu's veto, he said that at the time House Bill 319, which he vetoed, would also represent the first time that the legislature has imposed a universal graduation requirement for students at our public colleges and universities. He's concerned, he says, I am concerned that this would create a procedure for future legislatures to mandate extreme requirements. There's no lesson more important than understanding our individual responsibility to uphold democracy. Nevertheless, I believe the legislature's passage of House Bill 320 already addresses the important concerns of an engaged citizenry and an understanding of the fundamentals of democracy without some of the challenges House Bill 319 may unintentionally create. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Popovici, Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will quickly point out two things. One is that the bill vetoed some terms ago really may have shared the title, but the language is extremely different, and therefore all those veto messages that were quoted simply do not apply to this bill. The other thing I want to point out is that having worked in a previous career for Boston University and having a lot of experience with UNH, I do not find that, universities have a hard time keeping track of exemptions for a course. This is just part of the business. When you run a university, some kids can waive out of classes. Every university already has all those systems in place and the staff. This will add one more little detail to keep track of. No, it's not completely, burden-free, but it's an absolutely minimal burden. And we do have an obligation to ensure that everybody who graduates has a minimum understanding of a civics class. The bill was amended in ed funding to allow, the university to substitute, having taken a civics class during the university also to, replace the need for this test. It's a minimal requirement on university, and I have complete confidence in their ability to address it. Thank you.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have strong fiscal and constitutional reservations about HB 112 because it imposes a new state mandate on our university and community college systems with an estimated cost of $100,000 to $500,000 annually without providing funding, while also raising concerns about the legislative intrusion into our academic governance and curriculum decisions traditionally entrusted to our higher education institution. And because of that, I will be voting no on this measure. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add that I don't think $500,000 is insubstantial when it comes to our university and the college systems. and the level of effort, the time, the hours, the money that would go into doing this. It is not trivial for the university system to do this. And in looking at it at balance, I think that all that outbalances the few number of students that actually will need to be taking this exam because they've already taken this, and you heard the numbers from Representative Kelly. Beyond that, with your basic education, whether it's the community college system or the UNH, you're going to find yourself taking some type of a civics course regardless. It will come in your way. So this is not necessary, and it's expensive, and I do believe it's a significant administrative burden to the university and the college system. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So anyone who has previously taken this test because they graduated from a New Hampshire high school is not required by the bill to take it again. So this is only for those that have not come from New Hampshire high schools. I was originally not very much in favor of this, but I heard a lecture given by a political science professor that kind of swayed me, which was, he said in his lecture on another subject that the quality of the freshmen that he sees is so poor that more than half of them didn't know that states have their own legislators and their own laws, and thought that Congress made all laws. I mean, that's how bad it is. So clearly there's a need for this.
Another thing I see is in statistics that say people from 18 to 28 think that socialism is okay. And especially if they've gone to college and have been taught by some of these socialist professors, they think it's fine. So I don't think they ever see the other side if they're in most of these colleges that don't really bother to teach the realities of the system we live under, but just want to push for some other system. So I support this, and I think there's a reason for it, that some of these students in college, even if they took it in high school, need to hear it again. Any further discussion? Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What strikes me is this would be the first time ever that the state has mandated a course for graduation from a higher institution of higher education. I think that's an extremely slippery slope and opens a door that we just don't want to go through. So I would be voting no.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. The motion before us is ought to pass. Motion by Representative Dan McGuire and Keith Earth seconds. Ought to pass is the motion on House Bill 112. Clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tulisky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
14 to 11.
All right, 14 to 11, it will be reported out. Ought to pass. Who will write the minority report? Representative Kelly? Okay, thank you. And your minority report will be ITO. Thank you. All right. We're doing pretty well. Will we have time for another one before we break for lunch?
Mr. Chair, if we could, since we're going to be caucusing anyway, would it be okay to break for lunch now? And
That's the wish. Sure. We've made remarkable progress. Thank you all very much. Appreciate the cooperation and the even-handedness of which we discuss these things without losing it. So, yes, be back in an hour.
And Republicans can go to Agriculture Conference Room 202, so if Democrats would like to use this room, they may.
The Democrats will move down to the small room on the far right of the hallway. I forget what it's called, 236, I think.
Give me an idea what Finance Committee will be in recess for 1 hour. All right, recess is over for the Finance Committee on March 17th. So we had, by my count, 6 more bills left to deal with. And by numerical order, mostly within divisions. First one I come to is 1469. And I'll recognize Representative Ebel for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on HB 1469.
Second.
I
Who was
do,
second?
Sweeney.
Sweeney.
Mr. Chair, you should have in hand an amendment to HB 1469. It's Amendment 1187H.
Oh, here it is.
And he's just passing it out, I guess. Sorry.
That's okay. All right. Nick, I
Okay,
got
so,
extra copies.
got it? So,
Jerry needs
You got an extra copy?
Got 2 extra copies.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair and colleagues, what this amendment does is it removes, on page 5, it removes section 18 of the bill, and section 19 becomes section 18. And basically what it does is get rid of the fiscal note, the money in the fiscal note, and so the bill has no associated funding with it at this time. I will say that, okay, sorry, maybe you want to vote on the amendment first.
Okay. Everyone have a copy of the amendment? I've got a couple extras if you'll run out. All in favor of the amendment, please raise a hand. Hands down. Any opposed to the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Representative Ebel is recognized.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So it was a very, I would say, somewhat confusing situation for the division on Friday, because we had 2 bills that dealt with a similar issue, but in different ways. Unfortunately, the prime sponsor of HB 1469 was unable to attend, and there's been more information that I think is extremely relevant to the bill that we've been provided with since we met last. Hopefully, all of you received in your email and were able to read the letter from the town administrator of Derry, and also a letter from the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, the executive director. In particular, it says here that the bill that they have strongly supported right from the beginning, and the bill around which consensus was built, was HB 1469. They very much want this bill to be able to counteract the sex trafficking and the illicit massage businesses that have been festering, and they think it's incredibly important to pass 1469. And so I hope that you will vote ought to pass as amended on this bill.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to briefly thank Representative Ebel for bringing the amendment forward today, and all the stakeholders that reached out over the weekend since Division 1 met. Just to echo Representative Ebel's comments on the bill, I'm happy with where the bill is now, and I'm looking forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got 3 significant concerns, and I'm not going to be able to vote for the bill. The first is that we don't know what effect this registration and the associated fees and the investigations will have on the legitimate massage operations in the state, of which there are many. We don't know how many, but there's a lot. We know that we have a problem in some cases of trafficking operations using massage parlors as a front, but we also know that we've got a whole lot of legitimate massage therapy operations that would be burdened by the registration and inspection requirements of 1469. The second concern is that we're using the administrative investigators from the OPLC to investigate crimes. No one denies that trafficking people, running illicit, brothels under the form of massage parlors are crimes. But we should be using law enforcement people to investigate. We should not be using the licensing clerks to do so. So I'm objecting to the procedure that we're implementing in enforcing this. The investigators, and the third one is that we have no idea how many legitimate operations there are in the state. They are not currently licensed, therefore we don't know who they are. Each town may know, okay, we've got a business license or 3 or 5 or whatever, but there's nobody keeping track of the whole operation. They're usually, in my experience, they're 1 or 2 or 3 member shops set up. We had one in somebody's basement, in the back room of a barber shop, and in an office condo, okay, that I personally have known about and visited. And we don't know how many of them there are. We don't know how much we're going to be charging them to implement this bill. And I'm very concerned about those businesses because those are good people and those are our constituents. Thank you.
Further discussion? Excuse me. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended by amendment 1187. Thank you.
Representative Dan McGuire,
No.
Representative Keith, Representative Earth,
No.
Representative Mooney,
No.
clerk votes no. Representative Campbell,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
No.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
No.
Representative Seaworth,
No.
Representative Carol McGuire,
No.
Representative Nalvanko,
No.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
No. 15 to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 15 to 10.
All right, will there be a minority report? Carol McGuire, okay. All right, thank you. Next one we have on the list is 1602.
That's for me.
Okay. Representative McGuire is ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I turned it off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move interim study, please.
Second.
All right, interim study, second by Representative Sweeney.
And I'd like to speak to the motion.
You are recognized.
All right, thank you. So this bill has a similar problem to one we encountered in the Education Funding Committee. There we had a bill to allow towns to put spending caps on SAUs. It was House Bill 1288. And it was one we liked quite a bit, at least in the majority. But when we came to exec session, we discovered that there were some drafting errors, not, I wouldn't say super serious, but there were drafting errors in the language of the bill. And we simply decided to go with interim study because we couldn't forward to the full House a bill that was flawed. Well, this bill, I really think that none of the sponsors, none of the previous committee, et cetera, have actually read the bill in carefully, because it has many drafting errors and other errors. So it's so problematic that I really don't think anything other than interim study makes sense. Some of these errors, I'll point them out if you have the bill in front of you, at least some of them. Some of them are small. For example, on page 2, line 24, where it says 25 pounds of 2,000 watt hours. That's 25 pounds or 2,000 watt hours would be correct in that case. One other thing, by the way, this section of the bill makes it clear that this language came from elsewhere, probably someplace in Europe, because you notice these numbers like 4.4 pounds and 11 pounds. That's 2 kilograms and 5 kilograms, right? So this is, and there's other places in the bill where the language is not, in my opinion, the way a native English speaker would have written things. And so it clearly came from outside of, I think, outside of New Hampshire. All right. Let's go to page 4, for example. So on page 4, line 20, a retailer shall be deemed in compliance with subparagraph A. Well, there is no subparagraph A, okay? Not in this section or any other section, as far as I can tell. And the next line, publicly accessible website as required by paragraph IX, B3. There is no paragraph IX anywhere in the bill. And go on to the next page, page 5. Line 11, 12, 14, and 20. RSA 149M:64. So this bill starts at 149M:65. RSA 149M:64 is the PFAS regulations. All right, that has nothing to do with this bill. So presumably they meant to reference some other part in this bill. But it's just, there's more, but I think you get the idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just want to say for the record, I support this bill 100%. But I do acknowledge my colleague, and I'm embarrassed myself that we didn't see these multiple errors in the text. However, I won't support an interim study because I think we can bring it to the floor and do an amendment on the floor. But I do agree that the way the bill is written right now is not acceptable.
Further discussion. Representative Abel.
Okay. So first of all, I am an attorney and I am embarrassed that some of these errors were made, but there's nothing that's fatally flawed about this bill. Most of them are clerical errors, and if there's anything that's going on here, it's that OLS, I'm not going to throw them under the bus, but OLS in the beginning, they were absolutely swamped, and I made the decision at that time not to send it back for a redraft. When we went through the process during the Environment and Agriculture Committee sessions, we were very focused on some other very substantive issues, and we missed a couple of these clerical errors. I would argue that in a situation where there are people that are interested in killing bills, perhaps clerical errors are allowed to loom larger than are necessary. And this is a very good bill, and I would appreciate if depending on how the vote goes, I want to at least have an opportunity to talk about the merits of the bill. And I would be very happy to work on a floor amendment to correct some of these very easily fixed clerical errors.
Further discussion? Representative Rung, then Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also against the interim study. I do want to see this bill move forward with an amendment to correct some of the drafting errors. Last Friday, I happened to have met with the DPW director for the town of Merrimack, and she's also very concerned about the issues they've had with lithium batteries going into the landfill. I didn't realize this, but it's caused, or to our transfer station, but it's caused many small fires that they've experienced that poses risk to the workers there. They've had to implement a practice where all lithium batteries have to be separated and wrapped. And it just seems preposterous to me that we're putting this burden on municipalities to manage lithium batteries when they could access this recycling program that not only is going to help our municipalities be safer, be more efficient, more cost effective, but we even have a very strong letter in support of the passage of this bill from BIA. So I'm going to be voting against the interim study and hope that a motion of OTP can come forward. Thank you.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will also be voting against interim study. I believe that HB 1602 establishes a producer-funded battery recharging program that protects public safety and the environment while remaining fiscally responsible, as the administrative costs to the state are fully reimbursed and municipalities may see a reduced waste management expenses. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Carol McGuire and then Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. I'm concerned about the fact that the bill doesn't point to where it ought to, but I'm also very concerned that it is a state-sanctioned cartel of battery producers that is shutting out all the competing battery recycling operations. We have already in the state at least one battery recycling organization that will be put out of business by this bill. And I think we should be supporting local efforts to recycle batteries, among other things, and not just taking a program that the manufacturers have said, yes, we like this, it'll help us, and it'll keep our competition from getting in our way. So I'm supporting interim study to see if we can come up with a better implementation. Thank you.
Representative Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope, recognizing how much support there is throughout the state and how important this bill is, I do want to still provide the comments that I had intended to originally. I also want to point out that we have many bills that we pass that have some clerical errors, and the whole point of an enrolled bill amendment is to fix those errors. There is one that I do have an amendment on, you can see. It's HB 1166, and there was an error on, where is it? It's page 4, line 33. I think there was a reference to a point of scale. It's point of sale, and this is a very important point because there's no point of sale fee that will be assessed on these batteries. So with that, I'm going to run through a few things. I really think it's important for the record considering the importance of this bill. This bill would create an effective, free battery collection and recycling system for our state, including hazardous lithium batteries. I introduced this fully bipartisan bill as the chair of the state solid waste working group after at least a year of research and thorough review with stakeholders. Safe handling and collection is a top priority, and I'd be happy to share the list of supporters that have come forward. And you have a list here, you have a letter right here, BIA. We have CLF, we have NHMA, battery manufacturers. It was recommended unanimously by the House E&A Committee after a full discussion and extensive debate. It was voted out of the House with a strong 264 to 72 bipartisan vote after full debate. Please look at the fiscal note. There is zero fiscal impact to this state. DES has a very minimal role and everything is reimbursed by the battery collection entities. This is not a state-run program. That is not true. The bill is supported by the battery industry, which is already participating in programs around the U.S. along with retailers. This is an expanding national program that has been thoroughly vetted. The bill would not be effective until 2028, and by then an estimated 50% of our country's population will be participating. Our participation would hardly move the needle on any costs. The portable battery industry is valued at $20 billion annually, and they desperately need critical minerals to grow, and we can have a vibrant recycling industry in this country, and we need the mineral stream to do it. I had early discussions with the New Hampshire Retailers Association. They have no issue. Neither does the National Retailers Association, and why would they? They have plenty of options. In Vermont, 264 producers are participating, covering 606 brands. There is absolutely no state-imposed or industry-imposed state-specific fee, zero. So please, I don't want, no one has, but let's not talk about a battery tax. It is non-existent. A point of sale fee is prohibited, and any assertion to the contrary is false. All related recycling costs are included already in battery prices. As more and more states come on board, more will be included. If we don't participate, we get zero benefit. More recycling builds efficiencies and drives down costs for all of us. We all have are also facing hugely escalating insurance premiums for fire damage. Towns and businesses are paying everything via property taxes for disposal. A free program saves us all money, and lithium is dangerous and has to be handled properly. So when we're worrying about clerical errors, I want to talk about reality. Let's talk about it. There's something called thermal runaway. Look it up. Damaged batteries can turn into a conflagration in a matter of seconds in transfer stations, garbage trucks, anywhere. This is not theoretical. Solid waste workers and first responders are at extreme risk. Some have even died. That is why our state fire marshal, the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs, and yes, all of our chiefs belong to this, and professional firefighters of New Hampshire, they support this bill. And that is why our governor focused on the hazards of lithium batteries for her Fire Prevention Week proclamation in October. There have been 5,000 fires right here in the U.S., causing millions and millions of dollars of damage. Waste Management, a huge supporter of this bill, had their entire recycling building burned to the ground in Rochester. Keene had $400,000 in fire damage. Auburn had 2 fires. Lee had a huge fire. You can be sure we all pay for this through property taxes and our disposal costs. Fire insurance premiums are skyrocketing at least 15 to 20% because of fire risks. And who pays? And lastly, colleagues, let us please think about our national security. I have to tell you, I am so concerned about this. Our national security and strategic supply chain depends on an adequate supply of rare earth and critical minerals, including lithium, cobalt, nickel, and graphite. The president discusses this all the time. China controls 80 to 90% of the processing capacity, and we are at their mercy for much of our supply. We can't mine our way out of this. We don't have the geological possibilities. We import $30 billion of critical mineral bearing products into this country from China. Why on earth would we not create a program that we could recapture these minerals? This bill is the answer. We need to collect batteries and recycle them to build our own economy without relying on other countries like China. Otherwise, we're throwing our strategic critical mineral supply into the trash. And that, my colleagues, is something that we all should be concerned about. So please, let's not interim study this bill. Please, let's pass this bill and we can fix some of these clerical errors. And for all these reasons, I urge the committee to recommend passage of the bill. Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill is not just about lithium batteries. This bill is about any battery that weighs up to 25 pounds. All right. Except any battery in a motor vehicle. I don't know why. Maybe motor vehicles have better lobbyists than others or something like that. And any battery that is not easily removable by the consumer. So, for example, the lithium-ion battery in here, right? This is not openable. Same thing with my headphones, my toothbrush, etc. Right? So there's an awful lot of batteries that are lithium-ion that have nothing to do with this bill.
Mr. Chair.
You finished?
Okay, so, you know, I take my job here seriously. And what I have tried to do was put together a bill that works for New Hampshire. I worked with manufacturers. I talked to the recyclers. I talked to the retailers. I put together a bill that can work. There is no current collection system for batteries that are embedded. It doesn't work. A lot of people are working on it. They're trying to develop the program. So why would I include batteries that are not, that there's not a system that's effective for collecting them? I couldn't do it, and so why would I do that? The other thing is that we already have in place a lithium battery disposal ban that was put into place 2 years ago because of the fire hazards. I mean, we're talking about human health and life and property here. So if you want the disposal ban to work, which we all do, we have to put together an effective recycling system. And that is what this bill does. It's the second part of a plan to do better. And we will benefit as a state if we have this program. We'll save money in the long run and in the short run, and we'll be doing our best for our country, which needs these critical minerals for our national security. You can go on the internet for 15 minutes and you will be astonished at what you see about China and its dominance of the recycling and processing capacity. It's upwards of, I said 80%. I was trying to keep it reasonable. I saw 98%. The last thing I want to say is other states have actually put in bans on the disposal of rechargeable batteries. I didn't include that. I made it open for all batteries, except the ones that it didn't make sense to include because there aren't effective programs. And that is why that's why there is the option to collect the rechargeable batteries, but there's not a ban on disposal of them. Again, I was trying to find a path that would be satisfactory for the most number of people. If you look at my bill, it's completely bipartisan. It's been through Environment and Agriculture. There are some very conservative people on there. We had unanimous recommendation of ought to pass. So yeah, there are some clerical errors in here, and I'm sorry about that, but there are enrolled bill amendment procedures. And in the meantime, our firefighters are at risk. I can't imagine not caring more about them and all the people that are supporting this bill in favor of correcting a number.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. I'm curious, Representative Ebel, what's the source of the language in the bill? Because I don't believe it's you, because you wouldn't write it this poorly.
You know, if you're trying to find a way to, let's just back up. If you want a program that businesses are in favor of and will work collectively on around the country to have an effective recycling program, you can go to the Battery Manufacturers Organization, which is what I did, and we worked with model legislation. Now, I don't want anybody to sit here and tell me that they don't work with model legislation from a variety of groups. They do. I got this bill from the battery manufacturers, and we worked through it, and I made a lot of deletions and adjustments to this bill to make it more friendly for New Hampshire. So if there are some things in here that I missed because I have been hyper-focused on the policy and the need for this bill, I apologize for that. But I just think that's what an enrolled bill amendment is for. And God only knows, I just don't see why we would throw this bill on the hopper because there are some errors. And again, there they are. OLS has been busy. I didn't catch the cross references. You obviously were interested in catching them, and so you did.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also can't, well, I can support the IS, I can't support the bill. But one of the things that I heard was that this doesn't take effect until 2028, which tells me we have plenty of time for an IS. And I'm not a battery expert, as others here clearly are, but we did get a letter from a battery recycler recently, I think we all received it either yesterday or today, that is in opposition to this, but with what seemed like reasonable suggestions to improve the bill. It's also not clear to me how this prevents the fires we're hearing about, and I do understand that we have a ban on throwing the batteries away, but I'm pretty sure that that still goes on. Also, regarding the mineral extraction, we hear a lot about that, and yet this bill does not require that. This is strictly, as I understand it anyway, a collection bill, and I do understand that it would make sense to go down that road in time, for sure. And a number of issues were raised on the House floor when the bill came there, and I have not heard those addressed. So I'm supportive of the IS, and I think there's also time to do an IS and actually produce a bill that will be viable for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the debate, I'm struck by the old phrase, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, particularly when there's a mechanism to correct some of the unfortunate oversights in the bill that, you know, I think in the grander scheme of things are very minor. So I think we need to defeat this interim study motion and move forward. And, you know, in response to the comment about objections raised on the floor, I would just remind everyone that this passed on a roll call vote of 264 in favor to 72 opposed. So obviously an overwhelming majority of people were in support of this bill. And I think we should move it forward.
Further discussion?
One little bit more. Thank you. Okay. First of all, again, I was trying to design a bill that made sense for New Hampshire. I'm cognizant of of what's going on with DES. That's why I selected a January of 2028 effective date that also allows a time period for other states to come on board. So we will be in the mainstream. That was very purposeful on my part. As far as the mandate is concerned, if that's what you're referring to, I spoke with the battery manufacturers. They tried to do this on a voluntary basis. It didn't work. The whole consortium of people busted apart. The producers came together and they wanted all to work together to level the playing field. It actually made it more competitive. And obviously, if they're collecting the batteries, they're collecting them to recycle them. There are only about 15% of the lithium batteries, I'm told, that are being collected nationally. If you want to decrease the fire hazards, you make it easier for people to recycle their batteries and for collection. And so that is why this makes perfect sense. And I really, really wish that we could move ahead collectively with an ought to pass.
We're gonna discuss it all day, we're not moving ahead.
Oh, I have another question.
All right. Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that we've had a lot of policy discussion about the bill in this executive session, but I would remind the committee that we are the Finance Committee and we should be paying attention to the fiscal impact of the bill because the Policy Committee's already done its work. And so when I look at the fiscal impact of this bill, I recognize that we don't have a footprint to be concerned about in terms of an appropriation or some sort of, fee collection. There's nothing for us to oversee in that way. So I think to base our arguments in policy instead of on the fiscal impact would be a disservice to the House. Let's stick to our job and our duty, and let's move this bill forward based on that fiscal impact decision.
Further discussion, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another question for Representative Ebel. Where is the date, 2028? In the bill?
It's in there. If you read it that closely, I worked through all the dates with DES. It's in there.
All right. I'm looking at page 10, effective on passage. No?
Page 4. Okay, page 4, line 16. There's staggering because you want to have the plans submitted by such and such a date, and then 6 or 8 months after that is when the retailer portion applies.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Spilker.
I'd just like to state very briefly, I've been supportive of this bill. I think it's a good concept. It's a policy that I'd like to see passed into law. I'm going to vote IS in light of the drafting errors. And if there's a floor amendment that corrects them, I'll look very carefully at it.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of intermediate study for House Bill 1602.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrils,
No.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
excuse me,
Yes.
thank you. Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Farrington, Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Leachman,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Tursky,
No.
Representative Hacken Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler,
No.
13 to 12.
or 12 to 13? The motion fails. Representative Abel?
Wyler said no.
Who said no?
I did.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
We missed another one?
Campbell and Wyler.
All right, so it should be 14 to 10 or 14 to 11. 12 to 13.
12, 13.
Yeah, all right. Representative Ebel for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move ought to pass.
Okay, is there a second?
Do I have a second?
Second motions.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment that corrects a clerical error. It's amendment number 1166H. And as I noted previously, it changes what had said point of scale to point of sale, which I thought was a rather important point.
Okay. So the amendment before us for adoption is Amendment 1166. Is there any objection to a show of hands? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Hands down. Any opposed? The amendment is adopted. Okay, so the motion before us is ought to pass as amended by a House Amendment 1166. So seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call a roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Take the amendment. Sheets. Representative Dan McGuire.
No.
Representative Earth.
No.
Representative Mooney.
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
No.
Excuse me. Thank you. Representative Daniels.
No.
Representative Seaworth.
No.
Representative Carol McGuire.
No.
Representative Nelvanko.
No.
Representative Farrington.
No.
Representative Spilsbury.
No.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tuloski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes. 13 to 12.
13 to 12 it passes.
Okay, and is there a minority report? Representative McGuire will write the minority report, and Representative Ebel will write the majority report. Get those today, right?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. All right, let's move on. All right, you want to do a caucus?
I do.
All right. What would you like to hold? Right here? All right. Can we be indulged by the rest of you that you give us, how many minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes on the caucus. This is what we discussed. This is where it will go.
You want to go back? After some. So 1483.
Yep.
Because you are the junior member of the committee, I give a record. We have a equal partner participant award. Said he was pointing out that he's elected to the right group, but he's got a award right here.
All right.
I think they never considered needing 25 members in one room. We should have had one room.
All right. Call the Finance Committee back to order and proceed with the bills that we have to still debate on. 1483 is the next one I'm looking at. And let's see,
There's an amendment.
it has an amendment.
You're gonna call on me and I'll go through that, Kenny. Give me a call.
0960 is the amendment. Does everyone have a copy? Yep, I see it. We adopted that, I think, in division.
No, we haven't gotten it yet. You gonna call me so we can do this?
Oh, all right. 0960, is that the amendment?
That's the amendment.
I have it dated 3/6.
It's dated
Is that right?
March 2nd, 2026. What do you mean?
March 6th, 26 is the date I have on the top of Amendment 09. We what? Yeah, 7-1.
Okay.
All right. All right, so that's the amendment. And let's see. This is Representative Erf to make the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. So on HB 1483, I'd like to move OTPA with an amendment. The amendment, as the chairman just stated, is 2026-0960H. And I would like to speak to it if possible.
You are recognized.
So HB 1483 passed the House on the consent calendar, and the Finance Division 2 OTPA recommendation was 7-1. It stipulates a new vanity plate be made available for ham and amateur radio operators. The original bill stated, quote, and this is where the amendment comes in, the director is allowed to set a fee for the plates as approved by the New Hampshire House and Senate Ways and Means Committee, end quote. As there is no New Hampshire House and Senate Ways and Means Committee, the amendment removes this, leaving the fee to be set as it is for all vanity plates. The cost of the state is only a one-time setup fee of $25,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions on the amendment? Will you accept?
Oh, the amendment, I'm sorry. So the amendment, I thought I was clear about that. Yeah, we didn't really get very clear. The amendment replaces the bill and it gets rid of that fee part, so that it just becomes part of the vanity plate structure, as any other vanity plate would be.
Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Hands down. Any opposed? All right, so now the motion before us is ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion? Representative Round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was subbing in the division on that day. I am the one vote, and I want to explain why. One is the software changes to accommodate these plates is really borne by all vanity and standard plate owners, not just the ones that are seeking the ham radio operator plate. The proposed decorated vanity plate does not generate revenue for the state like our other special plates do, nor does it honor our heroes like plates do for veterans, Purple Heart recipients, active duty military, former prisoners of war, and the National Guard and the Pearl Harbor survivors. It's simply there for the pleasure of ham radio operators who enjoy that hobby. Allowing special plates for ham radio operators sets a precedent for other hobbyists who want their own special plates, creating a higher overall administrative burden. The majority argues that ham radio operators would be needed volunteers during a catastrophic communications failure, and that's why these plates are important. But a license plate should not be intended as a volunteer recruitment tool for such an event, especially when the Department of Motor Vehicles said that the plate would not be able to accommodate call numbers exceeding 5 to 7 letters. The state already has a decal plate program that's much more appropriate and affordable to the state than this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Many of you may know that I own and operate the New Hampshire License Plate Museum. And these plates were widely available in the 60s and the 70s. They were vanity plates. And in the 80s, when they came out with a new issue, they wanted to use W for wholesale dealers. And all these hand plates, most of them began with W. So they stopped issuing them, except in a few cases. Commissioner Flynn issued at least 2 of them in the 80s. This is something that traditionally the ham people had, and it went away. And I don't understand how they need to spend money on it when they were handling it before. Anyway, that's the history of it. I'm supporting the bill.
The other point is all the vanity plates have a 3x3 square. You get a vanity plate, you get a 3x3 square. So I have one for Masons. So I pay Masons $2 for a decal to put in that square, and that's the way my registration reads. Representative Shalerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having served on House Transportation for 4 years, what you just described is different. That's the decal program. I was involved with the debate on that, establishing that program and why we went that direction as opposed to something that establishes a unique and different plate for multiple different organizations and groups. The decal program allows that flexibility that different nonprofits can go ahead and issue those decals. So I will be voting against the motion for that reason. I just have a little too much history in determining that there are problems with opening the can of worms of another standard plate for this group. And I have to agree with Representative Rung that the decal program will probably be a better avenue for this group. Thank you.
So as far as we know, that isn't what this is, it's decal.
This is not the decal program.
That was my impression. Thank you
No.
for the correction. Thank you for the expertise. Further discussion? Seeing none. Question before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1483. The clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Moon.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Papadicci Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsway.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Leachman. Not here. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Kalerski.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
No.
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 Representative Priest.
No.
Thank you for being allowed. Representative Lund.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said.
Representative Muntz.
No.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes, 19 yes.
All right. 19-5, the motion is adopted. Is there any money in this? I think
Well,
there is, yes,
They
25,000.
may want it on the regular.
All right, regular calendar.
Somebody write?
Mr. Chair, I'll send you the minority report, which will be for ITL.
Okay. Let me find that there, 1483. Thank you. All right, the next one on my list is 1555. That's Still in Division Two.
It is. Call on me and I'll.
All right. 1555. I'll recognize Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of OTP for HB 1555.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second to, ought to pass on House Bill 1555. Is there any further discussion? Representative Murray.
Thank you
I
very much.
really look for the lights. If somebody wants to
I think
speak
you're
and you
just
push the
ignoring
button,
me, right?
then I'll see the red light.
Thank
And
you,
the
Mr.
light will dawn on me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know why, I understand, they came out of the committee unanimous. I don't understand why some of this information wasn't brought up at the committee, but I'd learned a couple things in the interim, which means I will not be able to support the OTP motion. Two things in particular. It seems to me, coming from my constituency, this provides an end run around an individual or an entity who fails to get the answer that they want from a building code or the fire marshal, that they can go to the state if they don't get their desired outcome. To me, this disincentivizes the ability of the community and the entity or the individual to compromise, to come to a situation where everyone can come to yes and find an agreement here. There's a person who does not get their way, or the entity that does not get their way can say, well, I'm just going to go to the state and I don't need to work with you. The other thing, I spoke to our fire chief in Portsmouth, and he is opposed to this and indicated that a number of other fire chiefs are also opposed to this because he feels it's taking away information or taking away their authority to make appropriate decisions for their community. His sense is that they know their community, they know the issues that surround the community, they know what the community wants, the problems that the community faces. And again, he feels this provides, and I hate to use the word alternative, I prefer to use the word end run around a decision that people don't want. The other thing is indicated that there are two positions that would be needed for this, and with the appropriation of around $200,000 per year. Speaking offline with some of these people, the indication was that it could be as many as 6 people would be needed for this, which suggests an awful lot of appeals. It's also my understanding, or what I've been told, is that there are a number of vacancies in the department anyway. They're not able to fill what they have, never mind adding on to something else that they're not going to be able to do for lack of support. So for these reasons, I know it's slightly different from finance, but my constituents are opposed to this. Our fire chief is opposed to this. I think that I was also there is an appeal process in place to deal with some of these issues. And in this particular case, I was informed that this seems to be a one incident event. And I have an opposition to doing things on a one-off because there's one individual or there's one incident that provoked this bill when there is an appeal process in place. So for those reasons, I will be opposing this. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Priest, and then Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the remarks that have been made by the previous speaker. I have been in a position for many land developments, and this bill would basically enable those developers to forget the local control and local review and go around them to get the answer that they want. I have very strong reservations against HB 1555 because we already have the mechanism in place with our repeal board to deal with these issues. But because it creates nearly $200,000 in new annual costs for additional staff personnel without providing funding for this, while also shifting significant decision-making authority from local control, local fire chiefs, which I have heard from mine in the city of Manchester, to state level. And I urge all of you to consider this with your communities in mind and vote against this. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Hacken Phillips and then Representative Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will echo my colleagues' statements and say that I oppose the 1555 in Division 2 for 3 particular reasons. And the first is that, you know, my community has a very complex relationship with Dartmouth College because of their heavy involvement in developing their properties for the student body, which affects our community because it's, you know, located right downtown of Hanover. So right now, under existing law, there's an incentive for these builders and developers that work for the college to work cooperatively to problem solve if there is a conflict with the town, particularly in these fire marshal determinations of code. But I am concerned under the proposed legislation that there would be conflicts between the local marshal and the college, where the college could then determine to bypass cooperation at the local level and instead appeal to the state fire marshal's office for a waiver to continue their building project in their desired manner. And ultimately, this legislation undermines the local control that I think is well balanced in our community. But I would say that this, if you're a community that doesn't have a local fire marshal, it's probably less of a concern. But there are many communities in the state that do have local fire marshals and do not rely on the state marshal to be their first kind of stop. And so this legislation creates a disincentive to work with those local officials to resolve your conflicts. So I think we have to just acknowledge that a well-funded developer or builder, such as might be related to things that I see in my community, would consider bypassing local officials altogether if they knew forum shopping was available to the state to get those waivers that they need for a possible cheaper or more desirable outcome. So with that in mind, I just want to say the second concern I had was that it's adding another layer of bureaucracy to our fire code appeals that does not benefit the state or the municipality where they're put at odds with against each other. So currently the law permits the local fire marshal's decision to be appealed to the Building Code Review Board if needed, but under this legislation, a local decision could be appealed to either the Building Code Review Board or the state fire marshal's office. So my question is, why is there a second forum needed for an appeal? And this point was never really fully explained during Division 2, but what I should mention is that this legislation goes even further. The state would be forced to pay for 2 appeal administrative forums, and if you had already gone from your local fire marshal to the Building Code Review Board, you can continue to appeal that decision to the state fire marshal's office. So now we have a 3-tier system of appeals. And it just sounds like a quagmire of bureaucracy in the event that any of those offices don't agree. So I'm just trying to understand why it benefits the state to pay for an additional appeal structure when the existing structure seems to be working just fine. And then my third point, of course, is that I'm worried that this bill is fiscally irresponsible. The state fire marshal did give Division 2 testimony that he anticipates a greater workload to hear those increased appeals. The bill requires the state fire marshal to hear appeals of any decision issued by local fire chiefs within 40 days of the appeal, unless an extension is granted for more time. Then a decision in writing has to come out 30 days from the conclusion of the appeal hearing. So the fiscal note says the Department of Safety has analyzed this, and this legislation would require the Division of Fire Safety to have at least 2 new positions starting in fiscal year 27 to the tune of approximately $200,000, which we already heard about. But the bill provides neither authorization nor appropriation for the new personnel to manage that additional administrative burden. So let's just acknowledge that the appeals process will create expenses at the municipal level. The New Hampshire Municipal Association even weighed in and said that they believe there will be an increase at the localities for development for new policies and procedures to deal with these local fire marshal waivers that they didn't have to previously think through. So this bill is going to require greater resources for those local communities if they should choose to fight an appeal based on their local decision, if it goes to the state or if it goes to the review board and then to the state, or the community has to altogether foreclose any fight of that appeal. So you either have to invest more resources to continue to fight for your community's standards or you just let it go. So the municipality is going to need to raise more property taxes local to defend their community standards, or they're going to surrender their local control completely. So I think we have to acknowledge there is fiscal impact at the local level. And for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I believe the bill should either be further studied to fully understand and grasp those unknown effects that we just spoke about, or we should table this bill or determine it to be inexpedient to legislate. I think there's a lot of fiscal impact here that is really worth taking a look at as a committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carol McGuire and then Representative Papavici Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason for the bill is that for the last 20 years that I've been involved, there have been many, many cases of local building officials and fire marshals making off-the-cuff decisions and instituting requirements that are not in the state building code, that are not in the properly adopted local building code, or the state fire code, or the properly adopted local amendments to the state fire code. It is anyone who has been in construction business or renovation business familiar with the stories of the building inspector or the fire marshal coming in and saying, oh, you can't do it that way, you've got to do it our way. And that has, like I said, it's been 20 years that I know of. I suspect it was a lot longer than that. And we have tried our best to clamp down on this unofficial rulemaking, which is a chance for the local officials to make the developers they don't like or don't approve of or don't want to be working to do things their way. And that is the intent of the bill. We hope that there will be less bureaucracy than Representative Hacken Phillips is afraid of. But if we can't control what we do, and if we are working outside the law, then yeah, it's going to cost some work to make it happen. Thank you.
Representative Papavici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I took notes earlier this meeting at 13:38. One of my colleagues on finance too was passionately talking about how we are not a policy committee and therefore we should focus on the financial aspects of it. And then, just half an hour later, all three of my colleagues who voted on this bill are objecting to this bill on policy grounds. I have no problem with the fact that we do occasionally dabble in policy as much as this is not our job. But I would ask you to overall try to be a bit, consistent and maybe take more than 35 minutes between taking two rather opposite positions on the same bill. This being on different bills, but on the same topic, my bad. I will say, though, that 14-0 in policy committee, voice vote on the floor, we may as well go forward and OTP it because we all know it's going to pass. Thank you.
What? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind the previous speaker who has invoked my arguments that the last 2 points they made were both about additional expenses to our taxpayers to pay for another level of bureaucracy for our state, and a fiscal argument that the fire marshal did ask for additional expenses to help him with the burden, administrative burden, and that they were not appropriated. So both of those last 2 points they made had only to do with fiscal concerns, and that I do represent a community and I do need to be able to show that representation when I'm here at the State House. So I did slip in a piece of policy. I apologize, but it is important for me to recognize the special and complex relationship our community has with Dartmouth College. So it is relevant to this discussion. And Representative, if you don't mind, I really took offense with your statement.
Representative Papavici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had not intended to give offense, and if I so did, I genuinely apologize. I really am not here to antagonize anyone. I would also like to give credit to my colleague who just spoke for actually stating in Finance 2 before the vote that they were objecting on finance, on the financial related policies, financial related reasons, as opposed to the other two people voting against it. But the fact remains that it is good to be consistent when we invoke an argument, and I will stand on this. I do acknowledge that, again, we do dabble in policy from time to time. I understand that sometimes we come and find bills that pass through policy that have flaws. No problem with that. All I asked for was a bit more consistency. Again, no offense was intended, and if any was given, it was unintentional, and I apologize.
Representative Dan McGuire and then Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we heard this in Division 2, I was initially a little bit skeptical, but we had an extensive discussion with the state fire marshal, and the way he explained it is that he has a very close relationship with the fire chiefs around the state, and but in this case, in many cases, those fire chiefs, when confronted with something unusual going on in a building project, they just simply go straight by the book, and if it's not in the building code, they ban it or they forbid it. And so whereas he has a broader knowledge of newer techniques, of things that are going on in other places around the state, right? If some new kind of material or new kind of technique is being used in one place and used successfully, he has more knowledge than the local fire chiefs do, and that's why he can make decisions on these kind of exceptions more quickly and more easily than a court could, or possibly other venues. So, and then as far as the money goes, the way I remember this particular bill is that the effective date is such that it would be in place for about 6 months before the next budget comes, and that the fire marshal would be able to gather some information about how much more work it is and so on with 6 months of experience, and then make his next budget appropriate.
Representative Murray.
Thank you very much. Apropos the comments we just heard, the fire chief does reach out when they feel they need help. That is entirely different than having an appeals process because somebody didn't get their way. Beyond that, I'd like to add that this argument that generally comes up on both sides about, oh, we're only supposed to do finance and not policy is a pail with one really big hole in it. And it really just literally does not hold water. And thirdly, I am utterly consistent when it comes to my constituents.
Thank you. Further discussion on this proposal? Representative Run.
After listening to the debate today, I'm actually very strongly against this bill because it appears that there's just a lack of communication between the state building codes, new technology, and local police chiefs. And I'm going to be voting against this because I don't think those positions are necessary as much as it is for the state fire chief to have better communication with local officials about what's current, what's the state of technology, and what current building code is.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1555. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Beechman is absent. Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Herb Ebel.
No.
Representative Terlisky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes,
The vote is 15 to 10, I
14 to
believe.
10.
14 to 10.
Motion is adopted. Is any reason to put this in the consent calendar? Put it in the regular calendar. All right.
Who's gonna write the,
And who's going to do the minority report?
I got it.
Representative Murray for the minority. Okay. Next one on the list is in Division 3, 1705. Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, all. House Bill 1705 came to Division 3, and the intent behind this bill is appropriating $114,000 from the general fund for the upcoming fiscal year to include volunteer and full-time responders from towns with 5 or fewer full-time paid first responders and their family members. Division 3 spent well over an hour hearing testimony on this bill. And this bill came to us from the House Labor Committee. It was a flipped recommendation on the floor, and thus it's now in our possession. So at this point, I'd like to recognize Representative Seaworth with the motion that the majority agreed on from Division 3.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to move interim study, and I'll speak on that briefly.
Second.
Seconded, Representative Mooney. All right, motion before us is interim study. Representative Seaworth is recognized.
So thank you very much. Some of that I was going to say, I'll try not to be repetitive. But the essence of this bill is that we're paying to hire one additional staff member for the State Workers Employee Assistance Program. They currently have 6 employees plus a 7th unfunded, unstaffed position. This would give them one more. And with that in their toolkit, they would then open it up to the population that was just discussed. It was a lengthy discussion. A lot of questions were brought up. Some of those, we got some very good responses from the legal counsel from HHS with suggestions on changing the bill. In other ones, it was left as, well, we're not sure about that. So in making the motion of interim study, it is the motion that came from the majority of the policy committee. It was overturned on the floor. And so I am echoing what the majority policy committee said. I won't go through, I learned my lesson from the vice chair. I don't want to go through the details on this. But one thing that struck me during the discussion, both on the floor, in committee, and with individuals, is I think almost every case that was brought up to me of someone who is in need of the kinds of services that we're hoping to provide here wouldn't be eligible under the language of this bill. And I know that every person in this room really is concerned about the mental health of first responders, really wants to help this group as much as we can. I also think that all of us want to do that with the best language that we can put forward. And that's why I'm asking for a interim study, so that we can actually make this a successful and effective program, not simply be expedient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Representative Stringham.
Thank you, and I do thank my colleague for the good discussion during Finance 3. We all agree there's a need for first responders without access to crisis-related support services in small towns that are serving in such positions as volunteer firefighters. My own town of Woodstock has about 1,200 full-time residents, but 30 volunteer firefighters, including the volunteer fire chief. Accessing the EAP program seemed like a possible way to extend some inexpensive support to those who give us something and face crisis. In terms of finance, the state of New Hampshire's EAP program is run by employees who are trained to calls. So we heard from the director that they have one position open and are not able to recruit due to budgetary-driven hiring freeze. About 10% of New Hampshire employees make use of the service in the year, and based on the cost of the service to employees, the department calculates the cost of the existing service about $38 per employee per year. This is charged back internally to where the employees are, and a substantial portion is reimbursed through the Medicaid programs and the rest of general funds. Because this program is run by employees, the primary cost that we'd be looking at would be any additional staff required to handle an increased workload and perhaps the creating the list to maintain the list. There's an estimate of 5,497 eligible individuals that could access this. I have confidence that the department can navigate the challenges, and I'm inclined to think that our EAP program would be a helpful source for these people with an identified need and difficulty accessing them now. So obviously, those in a life-threatening crisis can always use the 988 source, as is available to all of us. But I don't think the interim study process is going to lead to any significant change in this bill or to a better bill. So I'll oppose the motion and just instead move towards an ought to pass, or we do have an amendment pushing out the implementation date to consider as well. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Question before us is intermediate study on House Bill 1705. There's no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman is not here. Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Terlisky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Strayham.
No.
Representative Reese.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is
14 to 10.
9,
14 to 10.
14 to 10, right.
The motion is adopted. The next bill before us is
There'll be a minority report.
Is
Sorry,
Representative
excuse me.
Stringham? Or-
And
yeah.
it's gonna be-
What's the number of your amendment? Do you want an OTPA?
I've got it.
Oh, you've got, okay.
all right. Representative Munns is going to write the minority.
Okay.
Representative Stringham. Okay.
In the motion? In the motion on the minority?
TPA.
With amendment 1202.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Is that wrong? Well, did she just handed me 1202?
1809. Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Nalavenko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill, I make a motion of ITL on House Bill 1809 FN.
Second.
Okay. Go ahead and explain your motion.
House Bill 1809 is a bill authorizing the medical use of psilocybin, I guess colloquially known as magic mushroom, through a program established in the Department of Health and Human Services. Members of the majority of the Committee on Division 3 discussed this at great length. And the majority members, as well as other members of the committee, identified several issues and challenges in the bill as presented. First and foremost, while members of DHHS took no position on the merits of the bill, in their direct testimony, they noted that the DHSS would be responsible for providing administrative support for the advisory board established by the bill, which they said would require upfront addition of one new administrator plus one new program administrator at an estimated cost of $250,000 initially, and approximately that thereafter, with no provision in the bill for this funding in the current budget and no authorization for new positions because of the current freeze on hiring, thus solely relying on general funds. Considering this, DHHS would face significant challenges in staffing and related costs in creating the required regulatory measures, especially in light of coping with a $51 million back of the budget reduction and hiring freeze. It was noted that DHHS currently had in excess of 200 unfilled positions. There was some consensus on the committee that notwithstanding the possible merits of the bill, there were many other areas that would have a higher priority for an additional general fund expenditure of $250,000. Other issues and concerns raised by committee members during testimony by the prime sponsor, including the statement that this program had no identifiable outside sources of either near-term or longer-term funding, and the likely number of potential participants in the program, while unknown, was likely to be small. Also, the fact that this is basically a research program on a Schedule I substance under the Federal Controlled Substance Act means that data on the benefits and outcomes is not extensive nor definitive. I should note in passing that the prime sponsor indicated that was a Schedule III bill, but some research indicates that it's a Schedule I substance. So the conclusion of the majority was that the financial expenditure in the current environment was not justified at this time, resulting in a recommendation of ITL.
Further discussion? Representative Popovici. Move it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state that having had the opportunity to sit through the work session on Friday and having done quite a bit of work on this over the weekend, I would like to state that I will not support the ITL motion. I do believe that if we look at Amendment 1201, which is not currently moved right now, but Amendment 1201 is based on an amendment that the prime sponsor put together, which was 1192. It essentially removes the medical use of psilocybin program itself. It just leaves the advisory board in place. I do acknowledge there are quite a few concerns about the bill as it is currently written, but it did pass the policy committee 18-0 and the House on a voice vote. So I believe that given that the House seems to be very much in favor of it, we do have to try to fix it if at all possible. I think that the 1201 amendment is a good way to address that by just leaving the board into place. The significant difference between the amendment that the sponsor originally proposed and the one that is put together here is that this also pushes the effective date to July 1st, 2027. Both to eliminate any need for appropriations in a tough budget cycle, and also very bluntly to give the department more time to refine the request for resources and present this as part of the budget process and give us another opportunity, 1 year from now to decide the best way to go forward. But I do believe it would be best to be prepared for the good possibility that the House may disagree with us on this, and I think this is the right way to go forward, and therefore I will be voting no on the ITL.
Further discussion? Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify something because this topic was relatively new to me. That the therapeutic use of psilocybin is something that has been used to treat treatment-resistant depression, PTSD, victims of sexual abuse. It has been shown to be quite effective for veterans. that have been struggling to find treatment for the impacts of their experiences. So I hope that this committee would consider overturning the current motion so that we can look at the amendment, because I do believe that it addresses the concerns that we had in Division 3. And I would love to have a proper discussion on that. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Yes.
Representative Malaveko, you've got your light on.
Oh,
too.
sorry.
Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would encourage the committee to support the Division 3 recommended motion of ITL. I understand an amendment is floating around for a minority report, and that amendment would essentially keep the advisory board. But frankly, it's the advisory board that's one of the biggest problems with this bill. It's quite elaborate. It would be overseen by DHHS. In the original bill, it required 2 new positions to administer. It's an estimated cost of about $250,000 for the first year, and that's out of general funds. Also, the advisory board is made up of people not necessarily residents of New Hampshire. That's a pretty nice social to invite folks from out of New Hampshire for us to fund, when I want to remind you the state that DHHS is in right now. $51 million back of the budget cut over 2 years. Approximately 200 to 400 unfunded positions. And then we eliminated PDAB last year, known as the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. That board was intended to help people save money on their very expensive prescription drugs. The cost of that board, $265,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. The cost of this advisory board, again, not necessarily from New Hampshire, $250,000 for the first year. So again, I ask my colleagues to vote ITL on House Bill 1809 related to psilocybin, also known as magic hallucinatory mushrooms, Schedule 1 on the substance list for the federal government. Thank you.
Representative Stringham.
I appreciate the purpose of the board. I am concerned about the cost. We voted to in the House to get rid of the Autism Spectrum Disorders Commission, and that had a budget of less than $15,000 a year. And that was a group with 25 volunteers who meet monthly to work to improve the health of those with autism. And, you know, I would hope that they would come up with a responsible board with a similar amount of budget. I mean, obviously, as anything that's sanctioned by the state, you have to respond to 91A requests. There are certain things that have to be done. But I don't think the authors of the bill are the ones who require 2 people for this. So I'm still going to vote against the ITL motion, but I bring up the budget for everyone's consideration.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1809. The clerk will call a roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
No.
No. Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yeah.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman is not here. Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Terlewski.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is, I think it's
13
11.
to 11.
No, it's 13 to 11, I think, right?
13 to 11. Is there a minority
13 to
report?
11.
I will.
Representative Papavici.
1201H. OTPA with 1201.
Okay. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration on House Bill 1602. Further discussion on that motion? Representative Run.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just curious why you're moving to reconsider this when the vote was taken just a few hours ago.
There was some confusion over what I had said earlier to some of the sponsors, and I thought I was voting the way I had agreed to, but then there were changes that took place in the bill that weren't quite the same as what I had agreed to. So, 1602, the motion is reconsideration. Clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative Dan McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Griffin votes yes. Representative Campbell.
No.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire. Carroll.
Yes.
Representative Novenko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman is not here. Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Terleski.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Strahan.
Nope.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes. 13 to 11. Okay, now the bill is being reconsidered.
Oh, I gotta find it.
Find it, all right, let me know when you got it.
Just hang on a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative McGuire.
I don't know if at this point I remake the motion of interim study or whether we reconsider the motion of interim.
You vote for OTP.
Well, interim study motion failed.
Well, now we have to vote.
Lucky
against-
for us, the clerk is in the room, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, maybe,
Yeah, we just did reconsider the OTP.
No.
Oh,
Voted to reconsider, so the motion before us is interim study,
No, we need to reconsider
the
OTP motion,
which we, oh, the
the motion that passed.
OTP, okay. All right, so we're reconsidering the OTP motion.
oh, I see. Thank you.
I think it's OTPA, Mr. Chair.
OTPA.
Okay, so there's another.
So the motion was OTPA that we're reconsidering. So a yes vote supports it, a no vote says we won't pass it. Everybody understand? You support the original motion, you'll vote yes. If you are against it, you'll vote no. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Dan McGuire.
No.
Representative Earth.
No.
Representative Mooney.
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
No.
Representative Sweeney,
No.
Representative Daniels,
No.
Representative Seaworth,
No.
Representative Carol McGuire,
No.
Representative Nelvenko,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Spilsbury,
No.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman is not here. Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Strand,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
No.
The old 13 to 11, 11 to 13.
No.
Hang on.
So, yeah, the motion ought to pass as amended is defeated. Entertain the next motion. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move interim study.
Motion is interim study. Okay, so we have to reconsider the motion of interim study. That was,
Can I ask a question, Mr. Clerk?
yes,
Do we have to we have to vote on a reconsider as, and then the IS, or can we just reconsider IS directly? And then IS? Okay, right.
and then if that passes, then are we done, or we have to have a motion again for interim study?
Two more motions.
Two more votes. Okay. All right, everybody understands we have to vote twice on the interim study motion.
Mr.
Once
Chair?
is reconsider it. The second one is whether or not, and if that prevails, then the second one is if it passes. So the motion before us is reconsideration of the interim study motion.
Mr. Chair?
Is there any further discussion? Does everybody understand, Representative Run?
I was wondering, since there is so much confusion, you in fact said you yourself were confused. I was wondering, is there a way we can recess this executive session on this bill and resume it at another time?
Well, I think we've got deadlines that,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk.
we haven't got it in the calendar. Representative Munns.
I guess a point of order. I don't know that anybody has actually made the motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the interim study motion. Move that we reconsider it. If you're in
Technical
favor,
question.
You'll favor say yes to reconsideration. If you're against it, you'll say no.
So if I remember, did you vote yes on interim study the first go round or no, Mr. Chairman? Because you have to be on the prevailing side, I presume?
I will move.
No? Okay.
Can you rescind your motion there, Mr. Chairman?
No.
He was? Okay.
The clerk is telling me I'm incorrect.
All right.
But he was.
All right, so the motion is reconsideration of interim study motion. If you're in favor of reconsidering that motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Clerk will call a roll on reconsideration of the interim study motion.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
David McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose.
No.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman is not here. Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tulowitzki,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes. 13 to 11.
Who did the second on that, on the reconsideration?
Representative Carol McGuire. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, can you
reconsideration prevails.
can you
Yes.
announce that final vote? Because 15 to 11, 13, sorry, thank you.
13 to 11.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought I said that. You did.
I misheard you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right. So now I move interim study. Motion is interim study on House Bill 1602. If you're in favor of that motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no.
Second.
Second by Representative Earth on the motion of interim study.
Who made the motion?
Weiler.
Hmm.
Me.
You.
All right, clerk will call the roll on the motion of interim study on House Bill 1602. If you're in favor, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no.
Representative Dan McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Cambrose,
No.
Representative Popovici Miller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative Carol McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Nalbanco,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
No.
Representative Leachman is not here, Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Tulowitzki,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes. Vote is 13 to 11. The motion of intermediate study passes.
There'll be a minority report, Mr. Chair.
All right, and Representative Ebel will write the minority report.
It will be OTPA.
Okay?
Well, the one that we originally passed was 1187, but,
Oh, 1162?
what, 1187? Is it? Oh, yeah, sorry, I was looking at 12, 1469.
All right. Okay, I'll need all these reports soonest, minorities and majorities. And if you send them in the email, send them to both me and to Janet. And I will be looking in the email tonight, and hopefully we can have it all finished. I appreciate all your actions. This was 29 bills. We started at 10 o'clock, we're done at 3. That's pretty good considering how many bills. Appreciate all the help we get from the LBA with all the amendments and keeping track and keeping us on that. I appreciate all the members being present and your patience and your entry into the discussion. It helps the process that we all understand it. We may not agree on that, but it keeps us all thinking about, maybe you've got a valid point, and maybe we'll see that change in the future. Is there anything further to come before us? So here's the thing, I'm gonna rely on the committee chair, the division chairs. Take a look at the people that wrote the reports, and I will forward that on to you. And then if we do PIs, I don't know what'll be done. Possibly those people that have made the majority report will just be doing a PI. But if there's, and the same for the minority reports. But if we get to more extensive, the division chairs have somebody ready to do another PI, or the same with the minority reports. Have someone set up to do a possible PI if that's called for, and put that in your report at the end of your report. So, and I'm available for the division chairs if you think there's something I want to talk about. Let me know. So, thank you all for all your good work. It's good to have us discuss things thoroughly and have a good idea of what's going on both sides, because it helps us when we get to further discussions of why we voted the way we did. If there's no further discussion, Finance Committee is dismissed.